Test, test, test. All right, we are testing. Gotta test audio. Testing audio, test, test. Well, that seems like it's working. We'll have to adjust the volume levels. How's this? All right, we're gonna assume that's good for now. I don't have audio. I don't have music set up for today. There's weird stuff going on with the setup. Still getting things kind of uh, back in one piece. I've reworked my entire setup. I can do some really cool stuff now with shifting displays around for direct capture without OBS. But I mean, I have OBS and my Stream Deck all set up to, to handle that. So there's not a whole lot of point in that setup for streaming. It's not really there for streaming. It's there for when I'm doing other things with the system with multiple machines. All right, so I need to send out the announcement that we are attempting to go live. Let's see, where am I doing that? Things may be a little rusty today. It's been just a little while since the last time we streamed. So we'll see how things go. I've been having a lot of fun working on AI stuff in the background, stuff that I can't really stream or would not be particularly interesting to be to be watched. So I haven't been able to stream much. And then there was GDC and out of town for various reasons. And so now we're kind of back. I don't. Hopefully we'll get back into a regular schedule, but I don't know if that'll happen. But we're here now. Sorry, I'm still sending out announcements. All right. I think we are good to go. Hey, the gaming, how are you? Oh, I should try and launch TwitchBot. Let's. TwitchBot's gonna have to run on this PC today because I won't be able to hear it on that PC. Give me a minute. This is what happens when you don't stream for a few weeks and you rebuild your whole setup. Happy Easter to you as well. We're going to be, in honor of Easter, we're going to be playing with some zombies. So that it's going to be our target for what we're going to be doing with the AI that we're going to build. Exactly. Let me get your voice going. Hold on just a minute. Where is my Twitch bot? Let's see if this works. All right, let's see if we can hear you now.
Test.
All right, I can hear me, so theoretically I can hear you after your next message. There you are. Let's do a display for this.
I hear you.
How's my volume? I totally messed with my mic setup, and I'm worried that I messed it up.
Yours is good. Mine was quieter.
Yeah, yours I don't think is routing through, so you're just hearing what you can hear through my mic. That's something I definitely need to work on because we're going to be doing some voice command type stuff for part of this.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
So I guess it's good that I don't have my headphones working right now because you guys will be able to hear your what I'm doing through my speakers. I'll turn up the volume though, so the speakers are quite a bit louder. Maybe that'll help. All right. So what are we doing today? Today, we're going to jump on the AI bandwagon that everybody's been on for so long, like the last month or so, that has just kind of been like a runaway train. So I've been meaning to build some tools for Unity for executing AI scripts and stuff like that. So we're going to start out. There's a tool I started working on yesterday, so I wouldn't do all of the coding during this session. And I basically built a tool to execute ChatGPT scripts in Unity. Well, by execute, I mean, that's what we're going to build. The thing that I built already, it creates a place to grab the script, copy, paste. In fact, I can probably just go ahead and show if I can find the right output. Let's see. Question. Whoops, don't delete. I don't remember which. There we go. I was right. I grabbed the right input. All right.
Else is at the door.
If you're feeling better, go. Okay, so here's Unity. We're going to be messing with this a bit. Right now it's in kind of a demo scene. I've been working off and on, mostly off on a multiplayer kind of battle game type thing. And so the goal is to continue with that. So we're going to start out. Let's see. Where is it? Polygon Town. I'm going to steal that scene so we have something interesting to look at. There we go. So we've got this nice town scene. We're going to want to make it a little more interesting, add some people, maybe make these vehicles drive around or move around. They don't have to be realistic. In fact, we'll probably have them just drive into the hill and loop back around because we're going to make AI write the scripts. I've got some noise going on. But yeah, the goal is to have AI write as much of the code today as possible. So in preparation for that, I worked on the tool that I mentioned. So if we go to I put it in window for who knows what reason, AI Assistant. I will move that later. So we've got this AI Assistant, and so for those of you who don't know, I have been working on an AI art website. Again, I jumped on the bandwagon just as hard as everybody else did when it comes to AI.
We're going to Elsa's.
So, let's see, actually, I can try. There we go. Take advantage of these new keys that I set up. So this is the AI art website. I'm trying to come up with a different name, a better name, anything other than just AI art, because it's not creative. But, you know, I haven't decided on anything. So in here, you see basically every Midjourney prompt I've ever done, which at this stage is a lot. I think I'm around 20,000 generations in the past few months now. And I obviously haven't looked at the page recently.
I was using the Midjourney Discord bot until my free credits ran out.
Yeah, the Midjourney is so much fun. I mean, I've just spent ages and ages just generating prompts, and like I'll see something that somebody in some YouTube channel did something cool. This is actually from a YouTube channel that I was watching last night. They were doing something with psychonautic alien superheroes. So I was like, ooh, those look cool. I have to try it. And so I did, and I did not regret. There's some really cool aliens in here. They're all kind of Iron Man-esque. Another one, they were talking about Sea-Punk. I didn't get anything close to what the guy on the stream had. But yeah, it's there. Let's see what else is in here. Piles and piles of stuff. So one of the things I worked on recently was adding tagging and sets. So we can go in here. These are all tags that I've created. I like to generate bulk sets of things. So if I look for international in here and turn on the international tag, we'll see, for example, I've got prompts in here that I've done, but the prompts are run on all of these countries. So I've got, what is this one? This is a character concept art of a fantasy warrior wearing intricate armor from Zambia. The armor is in the color of a flag of Zambia. The flag isn't present on the shoulder of the armor. So the keyword Zambia in here is basically, there's a script that I use to generate the prompts for these. And so it swaps in the country and even the flag of each of the countries. Like there's a Unicode character for the flag, which you have to turn on through an extra extension to your browser because apparently Chrome doesn't support it out of the box. But anyway.
Looking good.
But yeah, you get these giant sets of these images. And so if I wanted to create some of these, well, first I got to log in. And so I can show you kind of how I do these. If I go into Dream here and I go into prompt design, this is what it looks like. So I basically come in here, I say, all right, here's my prompt. Here are the fields that I want in my prompt. And then it generates a set of those. So if I wanted to do countries, for example, I think this will work. I gotta look up the syntax for this. I obviously need to add some documentation to this because I don't even remember how it works. But the set of countries is over here, and so if I do this right, where is the thing? Type string countries. There we go. So these are actually an array of countries. So it's the country name, the nationality name, and then the flag. So a country, an Afghanistan, something from country, where you see a country one, nationality, around the flag of the country. And then we would use, and if we wanted to show the flag, we can. But I like to do that in what I call tags. So down here, we do country 0, country 2. Actually, for tags, I just want the country. I want the title to have the country and the flag. And I don't want a caption. I don't want the alt. Alright, so if I click on the copy button, that will copy it, and we can go into Discord. And paste that in. And of course, there's a new feature with Midjourney now that has sets, so I have to go modify this so that when you copy and paste, it escapes the curly braces. Oh, right, and I can't use Afghani. That's a bad word in Midjourney.
So you're on a paid Midjourney plan?
I am definitely on a paid Midjourney plan. Let's do a different country. Midjourney is too sensitive about Afghanistan. I
am thinking about it.
It has been worth every penny for me, but I use it a lot. Like I said, I've generated, I think I'm at 20,000. We'll find out in a second. I think I've generated 20,000 some odd images at this point, and just had a blast doing it. Like I'll have weekends where I don't feel like doing anything, and I'll just sit and play with prompts. All right, I'm at 18,500, so not quite 20,000.
I use ChatGPT every day, but I'm not paying $20 per month for ChatGPT 4.
See, I broke down and paid for that too. It's the amount of acceleration that I've gotten out of it has been pretty awesome. It's been worth it. That said, could I do that with just GPT-3? Yeah, probably. But and also the tool that I'm writing doesn't fall in that bucket at all either. Yeah, it's interesting.
I've dabbled with ChatGPT 4 in Bing.
So we'll see. You'll get to see all of those tools that I'm using like today as we work through some of this stuff. So anyway, part of what we're doing today, since we're back on kind of on that topic, has to do with agent design. And so my use of the APIs for ChatGPT, since it's still GPT-3 Turbo based and the length of the context is pretty severely limited over GPT-4, I can't do quite as much as I want to do as I have been doing with GPT-4, where I have really deep, long context, where it basically writes and designs an entire component for me. So one of the things I've started taking to doing is components that are either repetitive or like I don't really care how they function. I just need like a quick tool to do something. I basically have a pair programmer sitting here with me now with ChatGPT and GPT-4. I'll kick off something with ChatGPT and have it generate that code, and then I'll go continue working on what I'm working on. And then when it's done generating, I'll go back and I'll paste it and merge it in and test it. So it's almost like I've doubled my capacity for work. So I'm working on the more complicated things that I care about, and ChatGPT is working on the simple things that just take up time.
Sounds like you have your process down.
Yeah. And it doesn't, I mean, of course it doesn't always work perfectly, but it gets me close enough where I don't have to spend a lot of time writing any boilerplate code. Like I'm really working towards not writing boilerplate code at all. I try to let ChatGPT do all of that for me. So the way this ends up working is I set up various agents, or what I'm calling agents, to do specific tasks within Unity code generation. So for example, here's one that's designed to generate snippets, just snippets. So it's easy copy and paste code. It still ends up requiring editing, especially on this system because it's ChatGPT 3 and not 4. But it works. So I can go into the system and say, okay, well, I want this this particular agent to give me snippets, and this is how I want it to respond in that particular case. And so the other way, no, cat, don't play with the mic. And then another set of code in here. Ooh, I should remove that, but that's messing with things. I was experimenting with having this actually generate syntax highlighting for me, but I decided not to do that. So this may be why I've been having some issues. So I have snippets. This one, it generates like broader code that is meant to generate entire files. And then I have an agent selection mechanism. And this is specifically set up to give me the kinds of prompts I need to basically feed the tool that I'm building and route prompts to the right agent for processing. And so this lets me kind of break problems down into smaller subsets of specific things that I need to handle within the scope of GPT-3's capabilities. So this is the web backend of the tool. Would you cut it out, cat?
I'm being called for dinner, but we'll lurk and hopefully get back later. Interesting stuff, big gang lurk.
All right, we'll see you in a bit. So we're going to switch back to Unity, and we're going to pull up the AI tool. So let's say, let's make a script. So there are two ways I can do this. Like I mentioned, I've got the agent selection, which kind of selects which of these to pass to. So in terms of costs, it's double the cost because it's actually running twice as many selections. It's a good convenience if I'm not sure what I'm going to do and I just want to focus on the prompt and worry about that. But if I know what I'm going to do, like I'm going to do a full script. So I'm going to select my full script agent. And so I want to create a script that will make vehicles drive straight until get to a ending. I'm just describing what I want the code to do. I'm going to hit generate. And I haven't tested this on this computer. This is the first time I've tried moving it away from my primary workstation. We'll see if it does anything like what I want it to do. And so this is one of the bugs we're working on right now. ChatGPT in my current setup is adding in a non-supported JSON structure that basically takes the code and puts it on multiple lines. So eventually if I hit generate, it'll give me what I actually want. Like that. The other thing it didn't do, which may point to the refinement I just made, is save my pop up the save file dialog, because one of the things that this particular agent does is it actually opens up a save file dialog. Right now, generates, execute does nothing. That's something we're going to try and build on stream. We're going to import Roslyn, and we're going to try and actually execute code. We'll set up a specific agent for that that's about executing actions on scenes or executing actions in the editor, like to create new files, something like that. And we'll try doing something along those lines. But that's later in the stream. Right now, let's just kind of do this basic vehicle controller and see if it works. So I've done that, and it's annoying that it didn't pop up the save script. create a directory called vehicles, and we'll create a script called vehicle controller. All right, so we'll open that up. Sorry, I'm gonna get organized here for just a second. Where did my window go? Just moving things around so I can see chat just in case the bot dies. All right. So we're gonna have to organize this a little bit. Let's close all these. All right. So there's a copy button here that will copy the code, and then we just paste it in. So now I should be able to go back here. I didn't do any editing on this. This is pure. No idea if this is going to work. We can look at the script and actually think about it. So it looks like it's going to have it go from point A to point B. It's going to move smoothly over time. And if we're at the end, it's going to move to start point. That's going to get really annoying. I'm going to have to find whatever prefab that is and temporarily delete it. All right, so let's find garbage truck here. Question is, we're not doing anything fancy right now. We're just doing start and end points. All right, so let's create a start and point for this road. Right, maybe while I'm doing that, like I said, I like to have GPT do work while I'm doing work. I need to add a history for the prompt history, so if I want to go refine, we can. So I'm gonna stick that in a comment. Oh, great. And actually move you over to the display where I'm doing stuff on. I think I just broke my, oh well, I'll fix it. Stop prompting me on that. Alright, so we've got our start point, and we're just going to move that back here. So he's going to start at the end of the road. We're just trying to give this scene a little action. And end of the road. Maybe let's see what happens if we have the we're going to add some complexity here and see if it does anything. select the garbage truck again. Alright, so we've got waypoints. And I want the inner part of this code. May have broken the respawning, but we'll see. Alright, hold on. Well, let's keep this. Let's actually run the first script before we run the second script. Alright, so we're going to add on here the vehicle controller. Let's give it the start point. Call this garbage truck road control points. I guess there are multiple garbage trucks. Alright. We've got our garbage truck, we've got the start point, we need to add the end point. There's a lot of stuff in here. I wish they would organize their scenes a little bit. It can be hard to find some things sometimes on here. Alright, so we've got our start point, we've got our end point. Let's run this and see if it does anything. So I'm going to just back this up in here until we can add in a prompt history, which I think we'll do with a snippet script next. So like I said, building AI with AI, and we're building the tools for the AI with the AI tools that we're building. All right. The fan on my CPU spun up, and I can hear it causing noise on my speakers. Alright, so let's take a look over here. Oh, we need... There we go. So now we've got the garbage truck moving. Maybe let's make it a little quicker. Hey, he's not in a rush. Let's go 2. So theoretically, he's going to get to the end of the road, and then he's going to teleport back to there. So there we go. We've already generated some basic action entirely with AI. I didn't write a line of code on that. All right, so let's see what happens when we try and do our refinement. It's going to break the script. I know that much. Let's see. So what is it going to do? We've got multiple waypoints. It set the default move speed to 10. We should probably set the to, I think we said 2 or 3 was good. So what we'll do is in the waypoints, we'll have him drive in a loop. I'm going to have it set the name of the script so that it doesn't change the name on me every generation. We just kind of start refining this prompt. It's definitely not fast. um, now it's using rigid bodies. All right, I don't think we want to use rigid bodies here. I suppose we can. Maybe that makes sense. All right, let's run this. We'll have to add a rigid body and make sure that the ground has colliders. But it could be an interesting thing because then they can collide with the other buses. Let's try this script. And we'll need to add more waypoints. So let's start. We will spawn example URP. Need to it's in a package, it's not in a scene. It's annoying that it's they do the same thing. They have a anyway. I'm distracted. It's these three. I will zip them up so they will stop annoying us. Right. Okay, so where were we? We were going to create all the spawn points that we need. So we kind of want them to be on the right side of the road. So we'll start here, because we're going to turn this into a loop. Okay, did I already copy the script? I did already copy the script. So I'm going to start the next generation while we're waiting. No. No. Undo doesn't work. Right. We're definitely going to get the history set up. I was going to have it do something while we were working on it. While we were working on the waypoints. I'll just leave it, I guess, for now. Alright, so we've got the start point 2. We're just going to have all of these guys drive in circles. So start point 3 is going to go here. The next thing I want to do with the generation is try and have it generate so it has a turn radius, but I'm getting ahead of myself. And then we'll do start point 4. We don't need a start point 4. We'll just have it. We'll just recycle that point. All right, we need our garbage truck. Move the inspector onto this side so it's easier to work. All right. So now we have waypoints. No, I need the garbage truck. I'm going to lock this and add another inspector that we can work off of so we don't have to keep going back and forth. I'm going to try anyway. Where'd the inspector? Oh, there it is. This will be a smaller one. Okay, so now we've got our waypoints. First one, second one, third one, fourth one. We need to add a rigid body. Do we want this to? I think we want this to be kinematic. I didn't look at how they implemented. So one of the things I think tools like this are really gonna, well, I say it, they're really gonna have to get people to improve their code review skills. I think. Other than that, I mean, a lot of people are just gonna go in and they'll pure copy and paste and cross their fingers. But as we learn to work with these tools, we're gonna have to learn to work with them effectively, and so you're not gonna be able to just not understand the script that the tool writes. It's never. I can't say never. Not anytime soon. It's not going to start completely replacing you anytime soon. You have to use your brain. You have to analyze the script that it generates and build on it. It's providing kind of a template for you to start with. It's not providing you your final script. There's going to be something you're going to have to refine along the way. Okay. So we've added our rigid body. I can get off my soapbox now. We can set move position. It's a move. Move is in fixed updates. I think it should be okay. Let's give us a mass of 1,000. I have no idea if the roads have colliders. They do. Okay, let's hit play and see what the script does.
I think she went to Elsa's.
Alright, well, our truck is definitely moving. It's on the wrong side of the road, but that's alright. It's a zombie apocalypse, isn't it? Maybe I should be using the zombie apocalypse scene instead of the town scene. This one's a little too tranquil. Oh, look at that. And it got stuck because it collided with the other truck. All right, I'll take it. That's not bad at all. Let's get this on the right side of the road. Let's see, that is in the Z direction. So fix our coordinate. This is number 2, so let's copy that. It should also be here. We should probably do an intermediate to help it navigate. So have it here, here, and here. That way he arcs across the road. Oh, we hit the bus. Alright, so if I move the bus out of the way, not the bus windows, the bus. He'll continue his route down the road. Remember, I still haven't written any code. This is just, this works with just a little bit of a copy paste. Yeah, I like that they, and I wouldn't have thought to do it yet. I like that they switched to rigid bodies for this. It worked. And then you teleported. What did you teleport? Oh, I forgot to add in the 4th point. All right, so now we know what we need to do. Let's refine this path a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and say. Actually, I may not need to say. It may have just moved and not teleported. So if we started... my idea was I was going to have it start from its current position rather than teleporting, but I don't think it's actually teleporting. I think it removed that as part of this latest iteration. Oh, yeah, it is. It's right here. So we're going to remove that line of code. And we're just going to have it start where it sits. And that should give us better traffic control, because we're just going to add the script to a bunch of things. Because everything's already kind of laid out in a traffic pattern. Now, we're going to have some collisions here, likely, because they have no awareness of each other. All right. So, let's see here. We've already got our garbage truck here. These are its waypoints. So let's start refining our waypoints. All right, we know we want to get them on the correct side of the road, so we want the center here to be here. And then, but we want them to kind of swing out. So let's start our start point here. And then let's do one before it here. Which will be the last start point, because that's where it's going to loop around. And then this one will go over here. Okay. Next use for ChatGPT. Draw a script that draws debug lines between each game object under the one the script is on. All right, so we're gonna have it generate some debugging scripts so we can kind of see better where we're going. Let's see our start point here. So this one goes to, that's not right. Oh, yeah, because it goes that direction. This is where we need that script. All right, let's copy this. I still am not sure why it's not triggering. I need to look at the base script. Let's go add this script. This is debug line drawer. Hold on just a second, I gotta fix something. Okay. So that script compiled. Now we should be able to go to our control points script here. Add the debug line drawer. One thing that the script didn't do properly, and I needed to refine, I should have had to do it in a gizmo. Instead, I'll draw gizmos, easy enough. So again, a lot of this is refining. It got the outline of my code right, and I could have spent the time to actually fix it in the prompt, but it was close enough where everything was in the place I wanted it to be. It set up the outline of the code that how I wanted it to, and I was able to just quickly modify it where it should do what I want now, theoretically. Let's do. That script, that AI generation definitely needed some refinement. But position. Good enough. Quick and dirty. Come on, gizmos. Where are my gizmos? Where are my trucks? Oh, I bet they're too deep in the road to see. We'll just move them up a little bit higher. I may also need to check the color. Where are my gizmos? Oops. Wait. Performing, we don't even know. We're not drawing. Oh, I don't have it selected. Oh, I added it to the truck. Oops. Hey, there we go. Finally, that took a little longer than I'd originally intended. All right, so we can also verify our order here. So we've got this one. I did something. Where? So that they would only draw on selection. We just want to draw these in order. All right, we've got point 1, point 2. But we want this one to be our second point. And it needs to go, whoops, not down, this way. Maybe right there. And then our final point, that one should be good. All right, so we've got kind of an arc there, so he'll arc around the road. Let's do this. Oh, I guess we might want to have them drive on the right side of the road. Go ahead and make our start point here, and then it'll kind of cut off the end, the corner there. All right, back over here. Kind of do that. We'll arc out just a little bit. Have him move back towards the right side of the road. Maybe we'll even, oops, adjust this arc that way. All right. Next corner. So get to here. Stay in his lane. That's why I had to go on the wrong side of the road. I was having it drive the other direction. And this is a very directional line. They'll only go the one direction. He's going to get out in the middle of the road on this one. So let's move that point over here. And we'll follow that up with moving this one like that. Alright, so now let's go back to our garbage truck. We'll clear the collection and we'll go ahead and re-add these in because they are in the order we want them to be in. And then I think we decided we wanted to add one extra start point at the end so it loops properly. Alright, let's see what it does. I guess I should have... We're going to run into the other cars, but that's okay. We can move them as we get to them. No, you're going the wrong way. I guess you're going the right way. Oh, I forgot to remove the code to have it stop. To start from... I guess I do need to do a calculation to start where the next closest point is, because otherwise it's gonna... They're all gonna drive to that point. That doesn't look bad. Aside from the weird starting issues. That's not bad at all. Alright, let's add this to the rest of them. In the meantime... see if we can generate something that's going to rotate the tires for us. And then while it's doing that, we're going to go and we're going to find the bus. We're going to copy this. And we're going to paste it onto the bus. Same for this truck. Should probably also add the rigid body while we're at it. Anybody else that's in that specific path. So nobody collides. So over here, we need to set the next waypoint. Again, combination of AI tools. That was Copilot filling in some of those gaps directly in the code. These tools are great, especially for personal code. Not so great for work code, because you really don't have control over where that data is going. But they're great when you're just working on personal projects that don't matter. So let's rig these wheels up. Yep, so this is another example of just letting the script write itself while I'm working on something else. This is probably going to go all kinds of haywire, especially until I figure out which axis to rotate on, which it should be X. Move the game view down here. Rotate tire defaults to X. This has a controller, so let's see if the car drives. Like I said, all kinds of haywire. The wheels just fell off the car. Why did they fall off the car? We now have a hover car. And why is that bus not moving? Alright, let's first look at why the wheels already had a rigid body on them. Why did the wheels... Did that... Oh, it had a required component for rigid body. This one's one we really probably should not have a rigid body on, because we're not controlling the position. So again, you can't just let it go blind. You do have to pay some attention to what you're doing. But it's fun to see the hilarity that ensues from just total randomness. Alright. We'll remove this rigid body. Oh, I forgot to undepend it. Alright, come on, rotate tire doesn't depend on it anymore. There's a bug. Oh. Oh, I guess I didn't have the screen up when the wheels fell off the car. Oops, that sucks. Maybe I should undo all those changes just so you could see the wheels fall off. It was hilarious, trust me. Here, I'll leave the rigid body on and we'll hit play. It should be enough for them to go flying off. There you go. So the wheels just fall off the car. Go rolling away. But they are rotating appropriately-ish. Alright, so let's remove the rigid body now. Do we need the sphere? I don't know if we need the sphere collider. Oh, I just removed it from one wheel. The other three are going to fall off. We can check out the one wheel. I think it's rotating the wrong direction. Yeah, so we need to fix the axis, or the rotation. And remove the rigid bodies from the others. And let's fix the bus so the car doesn't ram into the back end of the bus. So I was thinking for the zombie, we'd throw in some ragdoll zombies. Let them get hit by the cars, and then they get back up and continue walking. Right, find our bus and our vehicle controller, which, yeah, we still have on our clipboard. This is a big bus. Alright, let's do the wheels. In fact, let's just search for wheel. And we're just going to do all of the wheels. We'll have to remove it from the car. Rotate tire. There. So all of our vehicles now will rotate their wheels. That's nice. The bumps with the rigid bodies. I love that. Let's see the bus take this corner. I thought I did the school bus too. I guess not. We can make that smoother too if we add more waypoints. Alright, so we've got a traffic jam here because we missed a vehicle. This is a school bus, right? School bus has vehicle controller on it. Okay. These packages were not parented properly. This to the truck. Move that to the truck. Alright, so we have vehicles driving around. Let's do the opposite direction traffic. And then I think we'll probably just hide these. Or maybe have them go along. I think the opposite direction traffic is going to go... Is that a loop? That's not a loop. That's a cul-de-sac. I'll just have it flip around at the end of the cul-de-sac. Alright. So, let's try something. Let's try and... Do I want to go that advanced? I think I want to try and set it up so when I'm pressing the control key, it spawns a game object. As long as a certain state is active. We'll see if we can get let's see if we can get it to do it. I'll switch this over to script snippets. And actually, before we let's move on to the Rosalind part, where because I think this is one of those scripts where it'd be really cool to hit generate, hit test, hit generate, hit test, and actually have it execute in the editor rather than generating a script. And I think one thing I need to do is for that to get to the point that's useful, I need to actually get it so I can export this back out. The problem right now is it's rich text, which I think I can get. No. If I modify. Yeah, if I modify it, I'll have to strip out the XML, which is not overly difficult, but that's something I really want to do because they're going to be. I was trying to keep the parsing simple, but for live editing, maybe that's just something we need to do. Because these are not read-only right now. I can modify them. All right, I need to grab a drink real quick. I'm gonna do a think on this. While I'm doing that, I'm gonna let you watch traffic. Rssults traffic. All right, I will be right back. Hey, sorry about that. I had to grab a drink, and yeah, looks like our cars are still moving around. The wheel scripts, they're definitely not rotating accurately, but it doesn't really matter. This is likely the view that we'll have. As long as it looks like they're moving a little bit, you won't be able to tell the difference. Because this is kind of top-down-ish, what we're building today. All right. So I need to add Rosalind. I've never used it before, so we're gonna have to look at some tutorials, and we're gonna be relying a little bit on ChatGPT and GPT-4 to tell us how to do it, which was kind of the goal. Like here, can we figure out how to do this entirely from scratch? I mean, I know the general idea of how it should work, and I should be able to execute code. I think I've seen people who've done tutorials on this, so theoretically it's possible. But we're going to stumble through it and try and figure it out using the tools that we're building rather than other tutorials. So the first thing, and maybe I'm cheating a little, is I know it exists. But let's go ahead and I need to add in. All right, so I'll show you how these are kind of built. I'm going to add in just a general questions. So let's start with, we want a general questions agent. And I could do this in GPT-4 directly, but it's kind of handy to have it right here. All right, so this agent, the general questions. Let's set up the system. You are a alert. I will ask you questions about Unity. And one thing we might even try to do is have it search the docs, but I don't think we're going to do that today. But it's something that I think we can, like I could say, have it provide an action, search the doc, have it do that search, and then have the response be sections of the doc or something. It'd be an interesting experiment. We probably need to have these formatted the same way. I think I have this already set up so it does it, but we'll go ahead and add this. All right, so we've got a new system. We need the API key. And we'll copy that. This basically is tied directly to this specific agent, so that any requests to the endpoint go to this agent. Okay, and so over back in Unity, we're going to go
Lyra's at Elsa's, I think.
in here.
Or Elsa was at the,
And
she's probably with Elsa right now.
we're going to create a new agent. And we're going to call this general questions. Oops. paste the right thing. Should be good enough. We will go into our AI assistant, we'll hit refresh, go to our general questions agent, and then what package is Rosalind in? Let's see if it gets it right. Nope, not detailed enough. But it's working. I mean, we're getting code. We should probably set it up so the agent can tell it whether or not to use syntax highlighting and what language it expects, if any. But first, let's keep on with the Rssults stuff. The other stuff's nitty-gritty details that you really don't need to see. Okay. So we go to Package Manager. I am going to go to the browser and do a quick search. One more time just to see. Nope. For reference, this is what I'm looking at. It's preview package, so it's not going to show up in Package Manager, and we're going to have to add it by name because they like to make things more difficult than they needed to be. Package by name. Alright, so we've got the Rosalind compiler. And we'll see if this is going to be enough to figure this out. We may have to jump around and actually do a little bit of real research on this. But just in case. So I'm worried that I don't have this fine-tuned enough, and that it needs additional help from to get us the right answer. It needs additional help from Unity's docs, but maybe this is it. So if we take this, and I go into the AI code, which you'll see in a second. I'm trying to dig down to it. So let's jump back to the code. We've got the skill executor thing, and this is what currently handles the actions. Like, it can pre-process the prompt and add stuff to it if it needs to. It can execute the skill. So basically, anytime I run generate, each agent, if I pull up the agent, which we want to do this on snippets, they have this set of skills in here. I'm going to actually add one. And what we're going to do is we're going to add to this list. We're going to remove this callback. What I really need is something to manage switching between screens for me so I don't jump over and do stuff. To skill data, we're going to remove the skill event. Because it's messing with the drawer drawing, and I don't feel like debugging that right now. Properties. Skill event. Yeah, this one. We'll delete that. And what we want to do is we want to draw executor. Pop up. Oops. Alright, we'll set that. And hopefully I didn't just break everything else. So executor script. So let's go back to our skill. We want to do copy that because we're adding an executor script. Don't need that anymore. So we've got our processor, our executor. We can change this to modify the size. Single line height. Something's up with the Y position on this for the description. So position.y, we just added line height, standard vertical spacing, label height. I don't know why that's not working as expected. We'll worry about that later. We don't need that field right now. And this we have to make sure it's, we're still using post-processor names. Although I might want to, I might want to split these into post-processor scripts and executor scripts. 'Cause they don't really. Yeah, I probably should. All right, so we want the executor script and executor script. Executor names. Executor names. Did I miss any skill replacements? So now we need to go to the post-processor names list. And basically duplicate everything here. And I should be able to rename the skill executor to skill processor. Because the skill executor is really not the right name for this. This is a skill processor. Executor. So this is basically the goal here that we're trying to do is have the execute button. So a processor is something that happens in the generation process to either pre-process, post-process, or modify the data. The execute button is something that we want to trigger manually after we've already read the data and have had a time to look at it and revise it. But it's more of a manual process. An executor doesn't need to process the prompt or anything like that. It just needs to execute the skill with the response data. Does it need a name and a description? It needs the name. It doesn't really need the description. The description on the scale processor gets fed into the GPT agent so that it knows what skills are and what they do. Whereas here, the skill name, we're really just going to use this to give a display name in the dropdown. Right. So for our agent, now we need to go in under skills. Let's add a subdirectory, executors, and processors. Move these processors into processors. That will break us. I'm gonna have to go fix those because the addresses are gonna be wrong. Oh no, well, it didn't change the namespaces. We should be fine. So you've got the skill executor, skill processor. All right, so for executors, let's do. I was on script executor. And then I'm actually going to make this is for executors. It's going to be a required call. Because otherwise, what does it do? Oh, if I can't... Can you not have async and abstract? I guess it doesn't matter. Because the actual body... I'll have to try this. I haven't done much with async and await in terms of inheritance, so I guess I'm learning today. All right, so in here, we're going to do this part needs to be async, and then await dot and then we'll give it the response. Although, I think what we'll probably more likely end up doing is having the agent populate a set of data that it can use. Yeah, because it doesn't, right now it doesn't need the response at all. Now we gotta figure out how to actually use, because that's not right. But the first thing is we gotta add the dependency on the package. I know that much. So we'll do that while we wait for an answer from ChatGPT 4 as well to elaborate on the process, because it's giving me an actual process. Here, I'll let you watch it generate while I'm digging up the reference path. Hopefully I added the right Rssults package. It might be that it doesn't support this, and we have to grab a third-party one. But I think it should. External C# compiler. Oh, it's a DLL. I don't think I have to add a reference. Okay. Well, maybe I don't have to add a reference for that. I just have to get the namespace right. Okay, well maybe... Yeah, I think this is maybe just a little too specific. I know World Goo did it. Did he do a write-up on this too, maybe? C# scripts. That was what we had. Do we have to actually import the NuGet? I really don't want to do that. I might have to have everything fully... Oh, here's a... Ooh, okay, so for imports, we can maybe get ChatGPT to generate those, or we can have it parse those out of the string when we get that far. I know Dahmer did a tutorial on this recently too. Let's try not to cheat, but maybe I will. I think he used. I think he used it in his.
The channel so enjoys.
Scriptable object.
That very fat.
Alright, I'm going to mute that so it doesn't keep popping up. So the compile code part is the part we're interested in. Let's take a look at his source here, because it might have the right dependencies. I wonder if he's actually having it compile. I don't think he is, because I thought he was doing it at runtime. Yeah. Let's look at the source. Scripts. Browse on CodeRunner. This is what we're looking for. We might borrow some of this. Alright, we might borrow this. Let me post the link so you guys can get to it in the chat.
Unity Chat GPT / Roslyn Coderunner.cs at Master Dilmerv. Unity Chat GPT GitHub.
Alright, so what it looks like this does, when we call run code, it parses the code. So we're just gonna use this in its entirety. And he didn't add a Roslyn dependency, so maybe there's some of this is actually built in already. Roslyn code runner. No, we're not going to have his singleton. Right, so obviously he's got a package or something that he's imported. Let's find that package. So we're not seeing it. So maybe it's an assets plugins. Third party? No. He's got to be getting it from somewhere. Oh, they're in a resources folder. Resources. DLLs. That's the set that we need. Alright, so we will grab those. No, we're not going to delete his directory. It's not even an option. I just want to grab a zip. I thought there was a way to do it from here. Alright, I'll clone this and then we'll be good to go. Packages, and we need Unity. Yay. Editor tools. Go into plugins. Resources. DLLs, and we'll move that here. Alright, so we've got all the DLLs now. That should fix it. The big question is, will this run on a Mac? We've imported. Let's see if that fixes our... We're syncing the projects. Assemblies. Hey, there we go. Alright, we don't need that. Don't need that. We probably need a quick singleton implementation. we can have ChatGPT generate for us. Okay. Looks good to me. I have an idea what happened here, why this is doing what it is doing. Alright, so we have a singleton. Although I don't know that I want this to be a mono behavior singleton. Don't need that. This is where we're going to have to add some configuration. We probably need to make this a scriptable object configuration. Rather than mono behavior singleton. A lot of this has really been built to be used that way. For namespaces, alright, it may be the wrong idea to. Yeah, I think we only really need this much of this script rather than taking the whole thing. Okay. We do probably need to execute this code though. This is where I miss the music. I'm trying to do it without the music this time, and I just get like there are times when I have to kind of think where music coming in would be useful, because you guys are just sitting there in silence. All right, so let's void execute script. We'll make this async. Code. Execute script. I keep doing this. I've been writing way too much non-C# lately, so I've been doing a lot of trying to use single ticks for quotes because I've been writing some JavaScript into Python. Jumping around between languages always bites. And starts to mess with code styles and stuff like that. It's really annoying. So one of the things we're going to have ChatGPT figure out, I think, is if I'm talking about a selection, to get the current selection. So it runs the code on that. If it's scene wide, get the scene, execute it. Like, we're going to have to really refine this to get it to work how I want it to work. But right now we're just trying to do a basic hello world of some sorts. Okay. Write a regex script. Switch to the script snippet to strip out color tags. I think that failed. I think we broke something. So we do want to get the default imports. I think from here maybe. We'll use that for now. We'll need to go back and revisit. Start with Unity Engine, Unity Editor maybe. System.text, just some basic things that we think we might need. I think if we do it right, this will work. Although I'm not sure how it's going to actually execute. That's something I need to look at. That might be part of that thing I just trimmed off too. Results. If this takes an array, if I can just pass it in. See if this works. We're just going to give it all of my current assemblies. It may slow down load time. We'll see. Did you see that bird? There's a bird outside the window and the cat just went flying through. Chase, chase. All right. This should be a wait. Okay. No idea what this is going to do just yet, but let's fix our problems that we introduced over here. And first things first, we got to go into our agents and check on these. Did I just do a whole bunch of coding with the wrong screen up? I bet I did. I bet I did. I need a script that detects when my mouse is in a quadrant on my screen, because I've got these set up as kind of quadrants now. So when I'm over here in the code, it switches to the code, and then I switch over to the main window. I bet I could do it. I bet there's either a script already out there that'll do it, or that'll switch scenes based off of a region that your mouse is in. Or if I can't find somebody that's already done it, I know how to. Generally, I can do it. I just have to set it up. I like that idea. Maybe I'll try and figure that out before the next stream. Let's see. Okay, skill executor. We need to find the drawable for skill data. Something is not right. Something has extra space, so we need skill description. It still has extra space. So something is adding too much to the Y on that. It's basically an extra line. Weird hacks that I need to figure out at a later date. That fixed that. Now we need to figure out why it's not resolving. This is probably happening because I decided to try and load everything instead of that subset of things. Oh, which of course you can't see because, again, I'm not switching between screens like I need to be. So it's... I've got this in another window. I can grab that from here. Let's just do the basic ones for now. See if that reduces the number of errors we see, and I'll actually switch you over so you can see what I'm doing. Although I suppose I am kind of working mostly in code. Of course, I mean, it could help if I actually looked at why the error was happening. Skill data drawer. Drive type. okay. So it wasn't where I thought it was. So we're definitely hitting, like some of the new assemblies that I added, those new DLLs are probably causing problems with this. So we probably need to do a manual iteration for each. And then iterate over the assemblies, and then just do a try catch on these. If it fails, like that. Oh, and I didn't switch again. So what I did there is I wrapped everything in a try catch to catch the assembly problem. All right, so that's fewer errors. Hey, and we've got our selection back. We need to add more height here after the description. Basically needs an extra one of these because it takes up 2 lines. Might take up 3. I remember the number 3 being in there, but it looks like it only takes up 2. Then we need to adjust our line height. Yeah, I've got to write that script. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I really hate this calculation. It'll be nice when I can finally start using the new UI system. The problem is I work on things that have to be backwards compatible to a certain degree, and I'm not ready to make that sacrifice yet. All right, good. We now have our execution. So agent selection needs the agent selector processor, and the full script agent is missing skill data entirely. Maybe that's why. Well, that's probably why we weren't seeing it pop up when I was using the full script. Okay, and then so I'm going to use the snippets. We're going to add the skill for Rssults Executor. Rssults Execution. So we probably want to leave this blank. I should probably split the skill data up into pre-processed skills because we don't, well, I mean, I guess it does make some sense to include the data for this in the skill. Because the problem is anything that goes in here gets included in the prompt, so it takes that into consideration. So let's leave this blank for now. executor's got the wrong set of names. Executor names. Oh, you can't see the. Oh, you gotta fix that. I was gonna go into the agent execution. There we go. If it doesn't have a name, there's no way we can execute it. So we're not going to add it to that list. Just to make sure that we don't accidentally execute anything. Alright, that should be good there. Now we should. Now we have to go back and find our UI. Which is AI assistants. Can't see it, but the buttons are grayed out right now because it thinks it's active because there was a crash, which we need to address separately. I was gonna, oh yeah, we need to execute. All right, so the same way we need to get the last agent when it runs. So what I'm doing here is basically setting up a callback that will set the last used agent so we can use it to find the scripts. Because any number of these prompts can change the agent on you, and we want the last one to run. The last agent to run. So when we get this. I think we get an error around this that should help us track down where the last place to set this is. Yep, this is it. Oops, we want agent because this processor is switching our agent for us. Now we just need to I did that already. Yeah, I'm going to end up having to do some sort of state object here for this. I've got way too many parameters. Still have an issue here. And it's a new bug. Bug with Asset Manager. Still working out kinks on a big update. And I've barely had time to work on it, so it's running a little behind. This is also an asset manager. Interesting. It's the same. It's the same basic bug with get assemblies. For finding tabs. doing this over and over again. Gotta fix this. Sorry, guys. Could use some cleanup code. Still getting some extra exceptions. Oh, I forgot to do the try catch. Let's see if we've got rid of our errors now. We still need to add the executor to the script snippets, but I think the error we got distracted fixing was the fact that none of them show up, or the post processors were showing up instead of the executors. We will look at that next. Yeah, we're still seeing processors and the executors. So let's see, executor names.
Elsa's coming in for a minute. We're grabbing my doll.
That would do it.
Thank you. Can you show Elsa? What? Can you show Elsa? I'm going to color.
It cut off the bottom into the pictures though.
Mommy's really good.
All right, we have a script executor now.
I'm gonna color those.
So write a regex script, strip out. No, I gotta figure out how to do undo on that.
Because they based it off Freya.
That was exact crazy.
All right, so let's write a script to select everything.
Let's go.
Well,
Wait, you guys, wait, there's one thing that you forgot to
so the nice thing about this is it's gonna have a double purpose. It'll serve as a place where I can just write code and have it execute.
I never saw Who's the alien though?
Some of these cut off the bottom of the picture, remember?
Of course, I won't have IntelliSense here, but
No, I did not end.
it'll work. All right, so let's see if that last script just to clean this first. To remove
Alien though. It's very creepy.
string.
My mommy.
These are yours. These are yours.
We're in snippets. Good.
Can you push my stroller?
And we're still crashing.
She's very
Crash and burn. Object not set to an instance of an object. Right, so let's debug in here and figure out what is failing.
Yeah, you can't. I only have one spot in the stroller. You go first. How do you? Why did you pick up your shoes? I didn't need them. Because I like something
So, Laura, you can color those. I had to actually take them out of the notebook to copy them, which I didn't want to do.
Daddy.
Alright, we'll do
There's 9
a try here.
And you close the door.
catch an exception,
I couldn't.
and then it's still not high enough in the script. One more level. And generate. Try here. That's async. Nope, that was right. Because I wanted it to happen at the async level. Because we'll call complete when it happens. Where was I? Agent configuration. Okay. And that'll trigger it to reset properly. So basically, I didn't pull it back up, but in the screen on the left that you can't see, the generate button was grayed out again because it crashed. And so it was preventing me from rerunning it once I added the breakpoint because I'm not sure what was causing the issue. But this will fix it. Now, no matter what, if it crashes, it'll register as being complete at the very minimum. All right, so skills there. All right, I don't think we can do what I'm trying to do there. I got lazy. If not equals if we have a processor, do the processing. We've got another one of these for skills. I need to add a hotkey for switching. It very likely has a completion that I need. But although I suppose I could do this would work. Yeah. At least that's a little bit better. We don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. Yeah, because originally each skill had a processor of some kind. No, they don't. Which reminds me, we need to add in an executor. So now we have something to get our executors. And in our executor agent, we didn't finish writing the code to trigger the executor. to pass it back in the output text. Because the output text is the raw, whatever the raw content was. So in this case, it would be the script. And that's something like this whole thing that we were starting to write on the left, where we're going to write a regex to remove the color tags. We're going to switch that over to using the highlighted code so that we can modify the highlighted code. Alright, so what we're going to do here is we need the output text and the JSON response, really, I think, because we wanted the JSON response to do the same skill evaluation to determine if a skill should run. We'll skip that for now. To do run skills that are named. Skill.skillData.skillName. So if null or empty, this will be a skill that we always execute. Executor. So if we have an executor and we don't have a skill name, we will execute the script. And then others are getting filtered for now. We'll unfilter them later. Skill dot execute skill on the I guess we did use the response rather than the output text. Yeah, we should use the response. Have to do this twice right now. So we've got skills that we can drop in and skills that we can actually, I think the executor skill was, that's why it was blank. Right. Let's go check on our full script. I think it was blank. If you remember, we found that the skill data was missing on the full script. I think it was blank because I accidentally added one in skill data. There's a skill for this, and we should probably do this for the Rsult one and create a skill data object so that's reusable. No, it doesn't have one on there. So I was partially right. Yeah, this is what it should have, and then we'll call this one code executor. We'll leave those blank for now, and make it a script executor, and then go back to full. We'll delete that. It's not the skill we wanted. We wanted... I guess I renamed the wrong one. Hello. Oh, nope. Looks like we got a bot. no bots. Even though we're working on bots, we don't want bots on our channel. That kind of promotion's okay. The bandbot promotion is not. Hey Baroque, how you doing? Alright, so we've got our skill here. I think this should be good. Let's go ahead and generate this code. It at least executed this time, which is good. Hey, there we go. What? That's not right. What does it do? Let's see. Let's look at the raw response. The raw response is good. We broke something. This looks like it's the RTF is not showing. All right, let's close this window and reopen it. Something happened. I don't know what. Generate. Right, so that's our skill script executing even though it shouldn't be. I guess. Yeah. We'll do this. Oh, great. I forgot to switch. So if the skill script is no empty, we'll just quietly return null. And we need to do the same on the executor. Back to Unity. Let's run this again and see what happens and see if we can figure out what is going on with the output. We're definitely receiving the correct output, but somewhere in this giant mess of pipes that I've created, we're altering that output in a way that it shouldn't be altered. All of these should just show up. Oh, you know what? I think I've seen this before, where if you have some bad tags in here, it'll mess up the whole RTF. I wonder if that's what's happening. We will find out. We're generating again. 5 seconds for that generation. Alright, we're still getting into here somehow. Oh. So these are the processors. Skill dot. Oh no, that should still a processor. I don't think it compiled. Skill scripts. I'll add a breakpoint here just in case. Oops, I didn't intend to enter play mode. Ugh. I just had a thought. I should have the TwitchBot characters all go nuts if the CPU hits a certain level, because they're already kind of doing it, but a little more formal. Yeah, for those of you who weren't with us earlier, this is what we've had the script write so far. It's basically a simple pathfinding script that has the vehicles here drive around in a circle. So that was written by AI. Right now, we're working on getting it set up so that I can ask it to execute a script, for example, to move all game objects up by 1 or something like that, and trigger that execution. Oh, I wonder if it's having trouble because I'm including. This is a risk of trying to do RTF. If any of the source content has tags in it, it can break it, and I bet that's what happened. So if I take out the tag, strips out color, from a string. It's over here. Agent skill selection processor. Oh, I'm on the agent selection processor. That's another problem. I mean, this should work. It should know. So agent selection is thinking. It switched over to script snippets. Hey, there we go. That's a little more like it. This is that other problem I'm still working on. I'm still trying to get the right script to strip this content thing. Help if I switch over so you can see what I'm talking about. Basically, the script that does the JSON parsing doesn't support this particular syntax of JSON. Here, I'll grab the. So here's what it's trying to parse. I wish I could control. I can't do a inner. This is what it's trying to parse, and so for whatever reason, the source script is including an @ sign in the content, and actually including spacing. And according to, if you listen to ChatGPT on the matter, I haven't looked this up, that's not part of the JSON spec. And so what's happening is it's running that, and it's like the parsing is wrong. So this is again why we have to have some editing occasionally, because it's not 100% consistent, but this might work. Let's copy that. Well, that's not going to copy. It's going to copy part of it. Oh, I hit save. Don't want to save. I want to copy. All right, so then we go over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to stick this in the assistant, and then before it passes the output text into the executor, which I thought we changed the API for this. Oh, we did. Last results. There we go. So that was going to have a problem anyway. So now we'll execute on the last result, which will have the unedited part. And so what we're going to want to do is we're probably going to want to clone the last results and update the content with any changes we may have made in the editor. So let's ask ChatGPT again. If the user changes the content, we'll want to strip out the syntax highlighting. Before we switch strings, get the caret position. I'm still in agent selection. That's fine. It'll get the right thing. But this is still pretty messed up. At least the content's there. This was working a lot better earlier. I think this is not edit time. Yeah, the other thing about going through selection and then going into the script is you have to wait for agent selection to come back, and then you have to wait for the actual execution script to happen, which can take a little bit of time. And here, agent selection is either stuck or just taking a really long time. Oh, this is from the last one. There was a problem with the JSON that it couldn't parse it. That's why it included the raw text. It didn't know how to parse the JSON, which would make sense because it's got, again, that extra formatting. I've got to work on the agent and get it to dump what I want it to dump. Why is this still stuck? Right, let's switch agents. Close that and reopen it. I don't have any way to cancel yet. Script snippets. Generate. Oh, and you're on the wrong screen. You can't see any of the stuff I'm doing anyway. Well, is the API down? Let's try this in the browser. Let's go snippet. Wonder if I hit my quota or something. That would suck. I am working on getting a local GPT running so that I have a backup. That's really, really slow backup. ChatGPT is not responding at all. Well, that works. I'll have to check on this. I wonder if I hit my monthly quota because I've been doing so much testing. Not a good sign if that's the case. Means this thing could get really expensive to run. But this is what I wanted it to do. ChatGPT 4 is really good at finding this stuff. So we've got our scroll view. I don't know why it's, if I press S, it does this thing. I guess it's, it interpreted it as any key, or as if I press the S key, I wanted it to toggle for switch, but no. But I can use this as a base. All right, so let's go back to our code. And then let's find the scroll. Response content. We want I'm not even in the right object. There's these times where I just start doing whatever I think I'm doing in whatever file I'm in. Doesn't matter if it's the right file. I just try to do something. That's not even the file that I wanted to be in. I'm looking for highlighted code. So here, highlighted code. Alright, so this is where I wanted to do the events. So if the key is down, so what we'll do is, for now, I'm not going to worry about getting the cursor spot because I think there may be a problem with that. But if I press the key, we'll do equals output text. Use raw equals true. Alright, so this will get rid of the highlighting because I don't have a way to do that yet. So then here in the text area, highlighted code. Use raw code. We'll do output text equals that. Oops. Use raw code. You'll only edit output text if we've set the value and we're using raw code. Then we come down here to the executor. Which we can actually modify the value itself in the last. So we'll do more. We'll do this. If null is our last agent, we'll create a new one. So this is the case that we've reloaded, or I don't know, for any reason it's gone null. Oh, it's not last agent. That's why I was having so much trouble resolving. It's last result. Alright, so that updates our content. So then when we hit the button, now I should be able to just type in the window, even if the agent's not doing the right thing. Oh, our agent finally came back. That took forever. That took 3 minutes and 18 seconds. Wow. Did it come back in the browser too? Where's my... It did. See, it's ignoring that. I wonder if I put... Oh, I've got this bug where the edit buttons don't... They disappear for some reason. See what that does to it. Oh. I just modified the agent. What are these what are these things called? The ticks. In terms of JSON, I don't want it to include those, and I can't think of the name. Are they markup ticks? code ticks. Maybe we ask ChatGPT and it'll tell us. Do I have a good general questions? General questions. What are the called and that you use to show code blocks? Backticks are great. So maybe I say don't include any markdown. Maybe that'll help. I'm doing this in a user scope because according to the docs, the user scope has more power than the system. So system kind of hints at what to do, and user is supposed to give it more of a kick. I'm still experimenting with it to find out if that's actually true, but it's hard to say. See, it's still doing this. I don't want that. Whoa, what is going on there? Sorry about that flashing. I don't know what that was. Oh, it's still doing it. It's that monitor.
We've entered the matrix.
Alright, anyway, back to what we were doing. What was it that we were doing? Oh yeah, we were trying to get to the point where we could execute something. We're just going to do this. Debug.log, hello world. We'll see if that throws up. Oh, I think we need to be on full script agent. No, I set up. Did I set up the scriptables on the script? I didn't finish setting up. That's what happened. Okay, so let's go in here and find our skill, code execution, drag that in here, save that. So this agent should now be able to execute code. So we'll just say print a story console with debug.log. And it had trouble parsing it again. Why did it fail to parse this time? Well, the switch over to non-highlighted was pretty smooth, at least. Alright. I am going to set up a breakpoint when we execute. And let's jump over to the code and see what it's doing. So our last agent is null. Well, that's not going to do much. So in our execution, somewhere it failed to set the last agent. Oh, because, oh, I know. I need to set the last agent in here. Because it didn't go through the agent selection, so it's not going to trigger a change agent. Let's try that again. I may have to have it rerun. Because I never set it. In fact, I'm sure I'm going to have a rerun. What is compiling?
Bedtime here, but always such a thrill and an education to see what you're up to. Thanks at Yelanother.
Night, bro. Well, that doesn't look like there's anything wrong with the output that time, so I gotta look at the parser. Something is broken in the parser. Or it's just not getting executed. Yes, it's not getting executed because is in configuration line 162. What happens on 162? Null pointer. Oh, I'm not doing the check. I thought I... Oh, this is for pre-process. That would do it. There we go. So if we don't have a processor, we don't try to execute. Any other places where we're trying to use the processor without checking? Alright, that might do it. At least it's nice now that we're getting content, even if there's a failure, we can still see what happened. We haven't gotten to the part where we do the zombies. We're almost out of time. We haven't touched our zombies yet. Alright. We will throw the zombies in and stop messing with this. Although, look at that. We got it. I've got an additional logging of none, which I need to fix. Which is fine. These should probably be warnings and not errors anyway. But we got a full response. Alright, so let's hit execute. And jump over the code, because I'm actually going to remember. Last agent is set. Alright, here we go. We're going to step into this. And we're going to step in. We're going to see we have some skills. We have the code executor skill. We don't have a name, so we shouldn't filter. We're going to execute that skill. Now we're going to call execute script. And nothing happened. I need to look at how to use the Roslyn stuff properly. I think probably what's happening is it needs some sort of like main execution. I need to actually read the documentation for it. So we got it built. I mean, we could see we added the skill. We could see it gets down there and it tries to execute. That's all fine and dandy. So I promised we were gonna have some zombies and we're gonna have them get up and get hit by cars or whatever, fall down, and then get back up and do it over and over again because it's Happy Zombie Day. So we are gonna do that because we can't go the stream without it. So to do that, let's find our zombies first. We're just gonna stick them right in front of this dump truck, or this garbage truck, and let them get hit. Alright, I need one column layout. And we want, there's a zombies kit in here somewhere. There's boss zombies. But I don't know if we want the boss zombie. Oh, because the boss zombies are huge. That's kind of gross. I think we've got more zombies in here somewhere. Polygon zombies. Here we go. This is the one I was looking for. Prefabs. Alright. Zombies. Alright, let's stick a zombie businessman. Maybe zombie. How about this? No. I want it. Just kind of scroll through and see what zombies we've got. I need some medieval zombies. Zombie hot dog. Oh, I like this guy. Zombie father. Okay, we'll do the zombie father. So the question is, can I rig this guy quickly using? I've got this kit. There's some things that really bother me about it. But I spent a lot of money on it that I shouldn't have, and we're going to use it anyway. Because it's good for prototyping, at least. So I should get the money's worth out of it. Let's see, where's it getting started? Set up humanoid is on page 5. Oh man, I didn't switch over and you couldn't see me pick out the zombies. I will fix that. It's beyond bad this week. At least I haven't gone hours. I've done that before. Alright, so we need to add create ragdoll. Now this asset, I really like the physics, and it is reasonably easy to set up. It's just the code is dirty, and like at one point he pops up, you'll probably see it, he pops up these errors about, would you like to delete your C drive, or just for the price of the asset. It's just not appropriate. Yeah, this. I recommend having the console visit in the morning. Format C:. What do you mean no console visible? My console's visible. Foot IK, ragdoll shoulders, red dog neck. We need a blood prefab. Let's add Synthi effects real quick. Because they've got a good blood. And where's Synthi? Should have Cinti effects. Just where's my effects pack? I know I've got it. Oh, did I get the name so wrong? Particle effects. There it is. Import quick. Scene. Alright. Continuing, let's find our blood prefab. And I don't like this. Like, why not have a window, like a configuration window? You're modifying and unmodifying the script. You're adding and removing components. This is not the way to rig something. But it works. I mean, it does do the job. Right. Let's see if he gets hit by the truck. And then what we'll do is we'll have ChatGPT help us generate a script to have them walk around, because there's basically a rabbiting script. Boom, you got hit by the car. Oh, he's just moving. He didn't ragdoll. There's this rabbit thing in here that we should be able to use. Okay. I know there's a way to trigger this to ragdoll. Alright, let's get him to move. Maybe if he moves into the path and we speed up the trucks a little bit. Oh, you know what? He can't. I remember the problem with this ragdoll script. It doesn't use nav mesh at all, or with this rabbit script. So what we'll do is instead we'll create a rabbit for him. And we'll make the target move between these points. Basically have him walk the road the same way the truck does. We're not trying to do anything. We just want to see a guy get hit by a truck and go flying. That's all we have time for today. So this target is going to move between them, and so if we select our zombie father, we will go back and find the rabbit. Left foot, right foot. Where was it? Somewhere in here. There's the rabbit transform. Set the target. Let's see if he'll walk towards it. Turn off full screen. First, we'll turn off play maximized, and then let's just create a quick prefab out of this guy, and we will duplicate him, because we can then quickly create more characters as we figure out how to fix it. Oh. Call this NPC. Oops. Call this ragdoll NPC. And then I'm just gonna start cloning these like crazy. This is what I wanted to get the script execution running for, so that we could say, okay, well, generate me 50 of these NPCs. So we didn't even get to the part where we're doing voice to help improve this. Oh, you know what? I should have. Well, I can still do it. I'll have it set up so that the target is on the base NPC. Right, that's good enough for now. So move the target into the base NPC. And then we will add it I'll reset it first. So then the target will go from the NPC to the nearest point near where they're standing, so they won't try to walk through the houses or run through the houses. So go to Ragdoll NPC, and we have to go find the rabbit again and make sure that it's still assigned to this thing. There we go. Which, of course, they're all going to point at that target. So if I delete that ragdoll, they're going to all point at null. So I'm going to have to revert all of those, which is not going to take too bad. Revert all. So now if I go to overrides, alright, I think this will work. Let's give this a go. We have zombies. Now we just have to have them get knocked down, run over, and get back up again. They're not moving. Why does the target need a rigid? Oh, right. The mover needs a rigid body. He's gravity is kinematic. That might work. Yeah, they weren't moving because the rabbit is at their 0, 0, 0. Chase the zombie with the truck. Alright. Need to increase our truck speeds. And I think I also need to apply the override. Alright, so let's increase our truck speeds so they can run these guys over. We'll change it to 3. See if that gives them a little bit more force. It could be how we're moving too. That's like, because it's not actual velocity, we're doing motion. I still don't see why these guys aren't moving. Oh, the waypoints need to be assigned. Because they're scene centric. You know, I don't think we've saved the scene yet at all. Looting dangerously. all moving now. He's gonna get hit by the bus. Now he's gonna get hit by the car. He's gonna end up on the hood of the car. There! Ha! Ah, we got one. The zombie fell over. I think we need to increase the speed of the cars. Okay. So I'm going to go in and let's give a little variety to our zombies. So this is the nice thing about these. I can basically go in on each of these synths and just swap out the mesh that's being used, and it can be really any character. Again, a script would be awesome, like, for automating this. Next time. We'll try it again next week. I should have the Rssults stuff figured out by then. Ooh. All right, let's use ChatGPT for this. We'll have all of our characters be random. We don't want to do agent selection. We do. Let's do full script. Children of this game object. All right. Disable all the transforms that are direct children of this game object. Turn on the transform name on the new object named root. Then pick one game object at random that starts with zombie. There. And then when we hit play, it'll pick a random character. Oh, hey, look, I saved file worked. The spacing did not. So let's try this again, see if we can get it to generate the right syntax. At least the file saver is working now. Writer should be able to sort this out. Script. Call this. See, zombie randomizer. Running one system but random. So definitely some errors in the script itself. We'll have it find the root first. And then it's the @ sign from the JSON not getting handled properly. Alright. Still, minor modifications. I think this is going to work. We'll find out. I didn't fully review the script either. Add our zombie randomizer. Oh, well, that's one way to do it, actually. Drop our zombies in here, and then don't even bother disabling root. So we'll just disable the zombies. That should do it. Alright, let's see what happens. Oh, gotta remember to increase the speed of the trucks. We want carnage. Alright, let's increase this to 6. These guys are gonna be flying through this neighborhood. They're trying to hit the zombies. Boom. He got hit. He's not falling though. Need to do something more to trigger the ragdoll. But the random script is working. Like, all of our characters are different. They're running a marathon, running away from the trucks. And the trucks are slowly pushing them all together. There we go. There's one that got run over. Back up it goes. go. There's a good one. Oh, he went flying. Boom. That bus is moving. Alright, I think let's do one thing. Let's put on the front of this vehicle something that will collide and add an explosive force. Any agent selection again. It's alright, it'll find the right one. I never switched out of agent selection. There we go. That's properly formatted. Oh, it even got the name this time. Look at that. It generated the name. It generated the code. All I have to do is go find the place to hit save. And then I'm going to create on the front of the vehicles a trigger. Which will be basically a box in front of the vehicle, like a foot or so in front. That should look all right. And this will add explosive force. All right, so garbage truck. Let's start with the garbage truck. We will create an empty under the garbage truck called impact trigger. We want a box collider on that guy. And then we're just going to move that up here. Make it a little narrower so it looks like it's actually impacting the truck. We got to make sure it's not touching the truck, or it's going to make the truck explode. But it's got to be the full width of the front of the truck. So they'll go flying for head-on collisions, but they won't. If it's a glancing blow on the side of the truck or something, normal rules will apply. And you saw the zombies just randomly transition. Did it trigger? You may need a rigid body on it just to... should trigger. Let's pause. Let's add a rigid body just to ensure that the trigger gets fired. They're definitely in there. I wonder if there's a problem with my layers. My physics layers. Let's look at this. There could be other rules that are causing this. So what if we go into the NPC? We turn that on. So I wonder if there's just it's not, there's no collider on the rigid body for it to hit. No. Oh, they're all on water layer? Why are they on water layer? Layers. Quickly look in here. Maybe you can tell what is supposed to trigger. Oh, here we go. I think this will fix it. We need to adjust the speed limit. Let's set that down to 5. The explosion script should be working. It's just not getting triggered for some reason. I'll have to look. But I think if I set this speed limit, did a quick look at the dock, they'll fall more. They'll be more likely to fall when they get hit. I'm not sure that's the only place I need to set it though. Yeah, he fell. He fell. Alright, so maybe I turn that way down. Check the script, make sure there's not another speed limit that I missed. Run over, run over. Run over, run over. Yeah, I mean, that's working better. Oh, yeah, there we go. Alright, she's gonna hit by the bus. Boom. Okay. Well, the explosive force isn't working yet, because the trigger's not happening, and there's something in this rig here that I think is... I need to figure out what's preventing it from triggering. But I'm going to crank that speed limit down to 2. And that's going to at least get them all to ragdoll. And since we're pretty much out of time, I think that's where we'll leave it. But let's see what it does. Let me change my full screen settings. There we go. All right, let's see some Sentis get hit by cars. Bam! Oh, lower right-hand corner. The sports car just took out that zombie. Oh, and the two zombies ran into each other. The bus. Zombie getting run over by a bus. Oh. It's a little morbid. But it's working. I'll move the camera in front of the... I need a script to move things outside of the parents. Anyway, I would call this a success. Okay, let's go. Maybe change the camera here. And they get back up again. Still wish I got the explosive force working, because that would have been funny. They'd go flying off the front of the thing and ragdoll, and oh, good enough for today. All right, yeah. So I think that's where we're gonna leave it for the day. It was good being back on stream doing fun stuff. Hopefully it didn't get too draggy in the middle when I started to get into the code a little bit. But yeah, that was we built like everything that's controlling these vehicles, and even where the characters are moving was written entirely by AI. I mean, we tweaked a couple things here and there, but it works. Next step is really going to be switching that over and getting that running, like that script where I wanted to switch their change out the random zombies. Like it worked to build a script and have it run, but it would have been way cooler if I could do it at runtime and I could just say, "Hey, script agent, I want all of my zombies to be randomized." It wouldn't be quite like that. I'd have to still describe the prompt, but you get the idea. And I think we're getting there. I think it'll be possible to do a lot of that soon. So, cool stuff. All right. Well, thank you for watching, and we will see you next time.